Yo, Slow, you listen to Daniel Caesar or nah? Now we were just going through some of the songs. Culinary, 1 out of 10. What would you say? I was gonna ask him for his rating before. You could be honest. Yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad. That was only one of the albums, so it's not bad. He had a couple good ones on that one. Wait, say it again? Yo, bro, I got home at like 3 a.m. and we were supposed to go fishing at 5. I said, yo, I'm good this time. I'm gonna have to do a few things tomorrow. And I woke up like 7. Then I woke up at 9. Then I woke up at 10. Then I woke up at 11. And I woke up at 1. I was just like, all right, like that's too much. I had like 30 dreams. I was like, yeah, I can't remember none of this shit no more. I was like, all right, like now it's time to just go outside. So I went outside for a little bit, but I was like, damn, there's so much we need to do. Nah, yeah. I was going to the city and yeah, we went to the city, right? And we rented out the damn bikes. And let me tell y'all, that shit was that shit was mad fun. It goes crazy fast. Like I didn't think they had motors in them. So when I pedaled, I was like, what the fuck? Just it felt like I just hit like a Super Mario, you know, like speed, like whatever, like you know what I'm talking about. Like they got like the little speed thing on the map when you run over it or you drive over it, it makes you go faster. Like it's like a little turbo, yeah, like a little booster like area. That's what it felt like. I literally pedaled once. That shit started boosting me. I was like, all right, this is amazing. And you know what I did? I just started flying. I just started going. Nah, yeah. I might have to do that again. I want to see if I can. I could probably cover all of Manhattan. Cause yo, like they charge by the minute. So we was chilling. We took the bikes to like a certain spot. Took it to get food. Took it to grab something. By the time we realized, I checked my app. That shit said $50 each bike. I said, huh? Yo, I was like, alright. I was like, nah, yeah. I was like, I was like, goddamn. And the bike still had like 18 miles, so like I barely even drove it. I think I started with like 22. It's like, oh, we didn't even cover that much ground, but next time. Not yet. Next time, shit. And like I found out they have like scooters and stuff too. So yeah, if you can't ride, if you can't ride a bike, you can ride the scooters. It's not bad. Yeah, he just bought an alligator, and sometimes he just randomly starts wrestling it. So just give him a moment. He says for the love of the sport. Alrighty. Let me see what's going on here. You already back, Brian? How was it? You said WoW got to break out the computer, no phone drawing. No, yeah, like the phone, you will be able to do it on the phone. I'm not gonna say you're not gonna be able to do it, especially if you have a tablet, like a Samsung tablet or the Apple tablet. Cough, cough. But whichever one you have, it's better for you to do it on a tablet. And if you can have a computer, 100% do it on a computer. It's way quicker. Because like a lot of the stuff that we go over, it's stuff that you can't really do on a tablet or on the phone, you know? Like for example, like watch this. Like if I'm selecting half of my screen here and I hold control, I can instantly copy half of this stuff and then instantly, you know, fix it to where it needs to be. As compared to a phone, you gotta, you know, tap, 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 group it. Then when you have the group, you have to. So there's a way of doing it, but it's just really slow. Is what I'm trying to say. Especially when I go on trips, I always try to make sure I have like, as long as I have my iPad, you should be good enough. As long as you updated your charts like right before you left. Yeah, on the phone, it's hard, but you know what's crazy? You know what I should do? I always wanted to do this. I always wanted to make videos on the phone and record it. Because I know it's possible, but it's just very hard to do it. But since I already done it, you know, hundreds of times, I could probably do it within like, if I'm not talking, I'm like speeding through it, I could probably do it within the same time I actually uploaded the first video. If I do it regularly, like now on the computer, yeah, we could probably have that video done within 5 minutes now. Because there's nothing else to explain. It's just simple fact. It's confidence. It's not, oh wait, we still had to see if this is gonna still work and if, you know, this is the best reversal point, or if number 3 is the best one, or if number 9 is the best one. There's no need to even think about that in the first place no more. I already know because we've ran through it so many times and we've seen it happen so many times. It's just, you know, kind of like second nature at this point. And that's basically the idea. It becomes second nature. That's the best part, because now I don't really even have to think about it. You know, the second I see it at a certain reversal point, like my brain is automatically thinking, all right, buy a strike price 0 day. This at least 2 strikes out. Spend $10 to $30. Buy 1 or 2 of them, maybe 3. If you made profit in the last 2 days or 3 days with the whole entire group. If not, just buy 1. Sell it when it hits 60 to 90. So when it hits like 70, I'll probably sell it. Everybody else will be at 120, 130. I'll tell them to put their stop loss or move it up. And then you continue to head up higher. So it's just like these simple ideas, they always start working out all the time. And you know, it's the wildest thing is I told everybody, because of yesterday over here, it held on number 2 on the reversal points. Like you hit number 1.5 like right here. And then I bought calls with everybody. And then you hit 2 right down here. Actually, you know what's crazy? I don't think I have it here because I think I... Oh, wait. It's not these charts. Yeah, there you go. So let me zoom in with this chart and then you'll see. So yeah, like I said, so yeah, we actually didn't buy on number 1. We bought on 1.5. And then we told everybody, you're probably going to hit number 2 or 3. And this was on Thursday, right? Not Friday. When you held on number 2, you went straight to number 4. That type of a move is about $4, $5. That's enough for you to turn, you know, any $30 account into 120, 160. Just like that. One trade. All you have to do is actually hold it, right? So whenever you actually go up to 130, 140, you put your stop loss just in case, $5, $10 behind. Put your take profit at 160, 180, and you just keep moving up the stop loss, keep editing it. Just actively editing it while you're staring at the charts. So Of course, if your charts are not done and you got to be updating and doing all this stuff, it's not going to work out like that. That's what I'm saying. The second the market hits 930, everybody here should be updating their charts. They should have the reversal points copied and pasted. And as long as you have all that done, everything that I tell you to do in terms of buys and sells because of the flow. Because remember, the way I look at the market is not through these actual technical analysis tools. It's just through flow. That's the reason why some days it's holding on number 2 or 3. Some days it holds on number 4, and some days I tell you to buy a put. Just like how when you hit number 4 up here at the top, we told everybody to buy a put. By the time you hit number 2 and 3, we already sold out for a profit. You even went up to, or went down to number 1.5, and then you bounced up to 3. So this did kill value, of course, if you're still holding it. But you also did hit number 1, as you can tell, like right here. So it was a really good trade. You ended up falling from 664.80 straight down to 662.30. You know, $2.50. That's a pretty good profit on any contract, especially think about it. At that point, let's just say the contracts were around $30. If you're moving 2 strikes, that contract's going from 30 to 50 or 60. Just 1 strike, that's 1. And a second time, you're at least moving to like 90 or 100. If not, let's just say data throughout this point just killed everything. Even though it's only 11 o'clock, I think everybody here would agree with me when I say data most likely would not have killed any type of profit at this point. Not yet, at least, because it's only 11 o'clock. So it would have killed something, but not anything crazy. So again, think about it. A contract that costs $30, if you move 2 strikes and a half, yeah, you're most likely going to be worth around 100 to 120 if you factor in that extra 50 cents, right? Of course, I would have told everybody to sell it right here the second you hit number 1.5. But like I said, I sold it at number 3 because I was already profitable from 4 to 3. And if we would have also traded on the futures account, this would have been about like $1,800 of profit, $1,600 of profit. But at that point, we already had made around 300, so there was no sense in gaining anything extra because again, we're trying to take everybody through these examples as we trade them. We're not looking for anything too crazy or monumental, at least not yet. That's going to start happening within the next couple of days here because the Fed cut the rates. So there's definitely going to be some big moves. I'm just thinking that they're going to happen the second you hit like the 670s. So since you're at the 660s right now, for tomorrow, the one thing we want to pay attention to is the fact of you being above 664. Because if you're above it, we're just playing calls. We could play puts down to the 200 moving average, as you could tell, like on my screen right now. You hit it in the morning on Friday, then you ran above it, and you didn't really hit it again after the fact. So let's just say you gap up or you start running up higher, right? I could definitely see you falling down on top of the 200, going a little bit below it, and then holding for like maybe like a day or two. So like that same day you would hit the 200, maybe get stuck at it, and then the next day you would start running above it, maybe testing those new highs. If not the third day, I could definitely see that happening. So by Thursday or Friday, I think we're going to hit the 670s as long as we're above 664 on Monday. If we're below 664 on Monday, I do not think we're going to hit the 670s by Thursday. It might take a little bit longer, which is perfect because since you're at the 670s, which is that big ass midpoint that we talked about before, like for example, let me change my charts real quick. Make sure everybody's looking at this. Don't tell me I had to refresh everything. Oh man. Here we go. We got to refresh all the pages. Perfect. At least we get one of them. This is the actual one that we actually want. All right, so good. So you hit the 640s. You kept consolidating. You kept falling from 641, 646, 649, 651. And nonstop, you were always touching this area. Now you're above that. You're going straight into the 670s, which of course is going to be, if not the same amount of downside, if not greater. And I think it's going to be greater. So I think we're going to fall from 670 straight down to maybe 640, 650. So the second you hit 671, 676, you're going to start looking for options that are 30 days out, right? If I go ahead and take my phone, let's go look at them. By the way, how was everybody's weekend? Everybody had a good weekend? There we go, Slug. You better not be lying to us. You got an avocado tree? Wait a second. You shanked the seed? God damn. Oh no. Damn, bro. Nah, I mean, yeah, as long as as long as it's not profusely bleeding or something, you got some type of bandage on top of it. Nah, yeah, you gonna be straight. Just make sure it don't get infected or nothing. Mm-hmm. Holy fuck. Who is playing puts to the downside? Oh my god. What the fuck? You said maybe got some liquid skin? Oh god. So I'm looking at the open interest for 26 days out, and these contracts are insane. For 650, there's 43,000 open interest, right? For 645, and think about it for a second. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Why is all the open interest at these strike prices? That's what I want you to understand here. It's not just random. This is the same thing every single time. That's the same reason why I make you guys play for these certain strike prices in between, because I know where most of the money is located, just because of the normal range this buy has, which is around, you could say 12%. Now 12% times 4, each $4 move is about 1%. 12% times 4, I'm sure you understand, right? It's 48. That's $48 above and below. That's where all the money is located on SPY. So if you always remember that, it's always 12%. 12%, maybe 10%. Sometimes it changes. Sometimes it grows. Maybe it's 14%. The idea is that as long as you're going around 12% up and down, you're always going to be within the range of you actually maintaining like insane profit. So your strike price, of course, has to be above that, because if it's at the bottom, or if it's near the bottom, you're going to have a situation which, I had a couple times where the strike price that I would choose, it would be the strike price that the market would run to, but I just wouldn't have enough time. I would just need 1 more week, 2 more weeks. And I always kept running into that problem, whether it was a 6-month option or 4-month option, 3-month option. And I was just like, all right, this is so weird. Why every single time, you know what I mean, my option's expiring, it runs the next week? So what did I do to combat that? I'm sure you understand. We just give it about another month. When you give it that extra month and you're still going for the same strike price, it's like automatic profit every time. For example, Snapchat, right? Tesla, Intel, when we were buying it at $270 for Tesla, and then Intel was around $29, $19. Actually, no, 19. 29 is basically what you just hit right now. But we started buying around 19. Unity, buying around 17, 19. SMCI, buying around 18, 19. Baba, buying around 80 to 70. all the way last year in 2024, and then this year again around 120, and it bounced up to 138, 140. You have TNA, which is basically the Russell 2000, and it's like the Russell 2000 is 45%, and then 55% of that ETF is DXY, which is the dollar. And since we started trading euro, I was just like, you know what? Why not have something that was just kind of similar to it, but more so on the stock market? And I was like, the dollar would be perfect, especially because it's opposite to the euro. So if I'm trading euro all the time, I think I'm gonna know what's, you know, something doing, or something that's the opposite of euro, what it's gonna be doing basically. And I was just like, all right, this should be a really little, you know, easy thing. But then the more I thought about it, I was just like, wait a second. What if the Russell moves with the, you know, the SPY? So you're going to have something that's moving with the SPY, and then at the same time, you have something that's moving against it. So if I actually put on TNA right now, because it's honestly one of the best things that one could buy. So let's just say within like the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you see TNA drop to a low because SPY is crashing. I do honestly think that it could be something that everybody buys shares of, not the stock, not the options, but the actual stock. Oh God, here we go again. Let's just go here. Let's go here. I think I broke everything. All right, give me 1 second. Let me close Crunchyroll. That's insane. Yeah, so I was gonna show you TNA, which is basically the Russell 2000, and then the Russell 2000 is about 45% of it, and then the other 55% is the actual dollar, DXY. And if you just give me 1 second, let me just show you. All right, so this is TNA. In April, I had told everybody to start buying the shares. It was around 18, 17. Currently, it's around 46. So what I'm trying to basically state here, and what I'm trying to maintain an idea of, is the fact that every single one of these options, stocks, concepts, ideas, regardless of what you might call it. And by the way, this is the analysis where you can actually see how it's split up. So I was actually wrong. Yeah. So the US dollar is 16%. When was this? Do I have the date here? I wish I put a date. I might have to update this. This could be different. Yeah, 83% on the Russell, and then 16% on the actual US dollar. So that's way different. So it's mostly going to be relying on the Russell, if this is still the case, right? We still got to look at it, make sure they're maintaining the same weight ratio, because sometimes it changes. It'll be like 60%. This might be like 30 or 40. But yeah, we'll check it later on. In terms of where it's currently at, 46. That's pretty high. You know, at one point it was at around 113. Right before, it was at $9. So it went from $9 straight up to 108. 114, which is crazy. So this could still maintain itself, is what I'm thinking, even if the SPY continues to fall here. The only problem is we could potentially start heading down a little bit lower, below this 1/8 point. I think I actually drew this. It did follow it, right? So it followed it perfectly. It hit 36, then fell straight down to here, held. It could be just going straight up to a new high where it's around 66, and then you could fall to 46. So it's kind of funny because when you start piecing together all these other different names like TNA, the Russell, the Nasdaq, the Dow Jones, what I started noticing was, let me bring up the favorites bar. There you go. This could basically be telling us where the SPY is going to start crashing out the sky. You understand what I'm saying? Because if, let's just say ideas that you've had for something and you've been able to predict something before, time and time again, it's proving itself to be perfect. Or let's just say not perfect, because sometimes it's not perfect. It's a little bit off here and there, yes, but the general direction, the general ranges, you've been able to predict those. And when you factor that in, and then you start being like, all right, like what if I could predict other names? What if I could predict whole entire ETFs? What if I could predict whole entire world markets? And that's why I started calling some of my videos world market, because it was just oddly suspicious that the simple stuff and simple concepts we would come up with would be the one thing that was predicting world markets. So in terms of like this idea, I think it's the one thing that we have that nobody else around the world does have, and nobody else around the world can actually fathom. And it's just solely due to the fact of being predictable and us having predicted it before. Simple. So the act of predicting allows one to see how the consistency of predicting is actually a skill, not something that's random, not something that's mystical or magical. It's just something that's able to be done through you actually predicting stuff in the current time. That's it. Simple. Right? Hmm? Well, the one thing you want to do is you want to break down all names. Now, my knowledge in terms of what I think the Russell contains is going to be only limited through the last time I actually looked at it. So what's better for me to do here in this situation is actually show you what the actual Russell makeup of is. So let's go here. You can go to Yahoo, not Google. Google is not bad, but I prefer Yahoo. Yahoo Finance. Yes. And then you want to go to markets. And then let's go to Russell 2000, IWM. When you go down here, it's going to tell you more about the Russell. Let me see. Holdings. There you go. Where did it just go? What just happened? I think I just saw something. Let me see. Go back. So this is what I want to look at. Yeah, this right here. And then the next thing you're going to do is go here. Copy. New tab. Paste. Search. Look at the SPY. Click ETF. Go down to holdings as well. Click here. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take this, put this page here. Can you stop? Then we're going to take this one, put it here. And you're basically going to compare them now. So the first thing you're gonna notice is that most of the Russell's weight is in financial services, which is 17%. Then you have technology, which is 15%. Now, if we take just a second right there, and you look at the actual SPY, where the hell did it just go? There you go. So if you look at to the right side, financial services is actually the second holding, which is 13%. But what is the main sector? It's technology. So with the Russell and the SPY, think about it for a second. The Russell contains 17% plus 15%. If you add that up, that's 27. If you add that up right there, in terms of like 10 plus 17, if you add the 5, right, that's 32. So if you have 32 in terms of percentage, you go over here to the SPY, add this up, that is going to be 47. First thing you're going to think about is, all right, that's a lot. 30% and 47. The SPY, that's half of it, almost. And then for the Russell, that's about, it's about more than a quarter. Close to half. If you look at industries, it's around 16%. Healthcare, 15%. Consumer clinical, 10%. Real estate, 7%. So the Russell has more of a equal kind of weighting when it comes to most other sectors. The SPY, on the other hand, is definitely weighed way more towards technology and financial services. And then, of course, you have clinical. Of course, you have communication services. But if you look over here, communication services is only 2%. On the SPY, it's actually 10%. So there's certain stocks that you kind of want to aim for, you kind of want to look at specifically, just due to these weighings. And it's very funny because you can have a random stock that's, let's just say, $2, $5 that nobody's talking about. And you could be looking at these charts, doing the technicals on them, and you're going to be like, what in the world? This thing is about to blow up. Just like Snapchat, just like a bunch of these other plays, right? And that's all we're doing right now. We're just going through as many stocks as possible, figuring out what is really oversold, that is on the Russell, that is on the S&P. And from that point onwards, you could just invest into them very slowly. It's like the ultimate, cheat code, you could say. And all you gotta do is actually just pay attention. It's not that much work when you really think about it. Because now you could just go on ChatGPT and, feed this data into them. Literally just give the quote, give the website, give it to ChatGPT, and it would basically break down everything for you. It's even going to tell you what has the most weighing, what stock has the most weighing, how much shares it has. That's how I was able to break down the Dow and post it to the Discord. Let me show you. Let's see where it's at. Was it? I don't know if it was this Discord though. Let me see. Well, Russell's is basically, it's made up of, if it says 2000, of course, the first thing you're going to think about is, yes, it does contain around 2,000 companies. Sometimes it's a little bit less. Sometimes it's a little bit more. Usually it's a little bit less. But in terms of it being the top, no. I wouldn't say it's the top. It's just companies that are from different weighings, different sectors. The SPY, the S&P 500, in my opinion, does contain some of the best top 500 companies. They do have some weighings in these other, sectors, of course, but it's only to maintain something that's above a certain standard in which it could be a part of this, greater picture, this greater thing, which is the S&P 500. And again, most of that is technology. It is 100%. All these technology companies, they completely dominate everything. They bring so much money into a certain area, into a certain location. I mean, just think about the idea of Texas becoming the next Silicon Valley, right? The reason why that's happening is because you're having so much money get poured into it from all these other places out of, thin air. when many people didn't think this would happen a couple years ago, but it is happening. And the idea of that is through technology. That's why they call it Silicon Valley, right? It's mostly something you see in technology. So it's the same idea. It's always technology is always going to be the big dog. Of course, you're going to have stuff in financial services, banks, and all this other stuff. And then with consumer clinical, bio, healthcare, communication services. That one is just, it's kind of funny to me, but it makes sense. You know what I mean? All the communications platforms and industries in terms of, you could say, what other companies would be in industries? Let me see. I wonder if they changed it. It's just like your normal companies. Yeah, like some of the railroad stuff, electrical stuff. Like it's like Home Depot in here. I think Home Depot would be under. Yeah, you have Caterpillar, stuff like that. Union, the Boeing, Boeing, of course. That's why I feel like Boeing always maintains its status as a great company, not just because of it being a great company, but just due to the fact that so many people have dumped specifically in their ETFs. So it just maintains like itself naturally, unless they all start selling off. In terms of over here, industries on the Russell, let me see. Airlines, trucking. You know what's crazy? I never really looked into any of the trucking stocks now that I think about it. But the Russell, we're not doing it just yet right now. We're doing the NASDAQ first. So we already did the SPY. Next up is going to be the Russell. Or not the Russell, but the NASDAQ. Because the Dow Jones is already done. We did all 30 of them. Which is kind of funny. The Dow Jones is only made up of around 30 companies. So since that's already done, since the SPY is done, that's around like 540, 530. We started doing the NASDAQ. And then a couple other sectors like semiconductors or space, which are not in many of those other kind of like greater ETFs, you could say. So a lot of them, they're not inside. They're not basically in the NASDAQ, Dow, or SPY, but we're still doing them. So probably around like 800, 900 names at this point. Once we finish the NASDAQ, I think that's when it's going to be a problem because we're going to have around 6,000, 7,000 companies just from the NASDAQ, plus the SPY and everything else. Yeah, it's around like probably 8,000. So imagine being able to scan through 8,000 companies any day and find the perfect buy every single time. Because all the charts are going to be already done. That's going to be the craziest part. And it's happening soon. That future is almost here. At one point, it seemed like it was, forever away and it wasn't going to happen. But the more we started, you said trucking companies in trouble? No, 100%. I never looked at any of these, so I don't even know what these are. $140 is not bad. At one point, it was around 203. Let's see. Let's look at the all-time. Yeah, it looks like it has like a major dip right now. So I'm wondering if all the trucking companies have been dipping like this. Because if they have, you know what that means? Potential retracement. Which means we can have 3, 4, 5 different ways of playing short-term to mid-term options and profiting an insane amount just due to the fact that the greater things of this whole entire sector are starting to turn around. Because I don't know why they started falling, but again, we could just research it. It's not going to be that hard, really. Because you've been going up ever since the 2010s. And then 2015s, you had a little major dip. And then from there, you just started catapulting up into the sky here. So, if we're logical, one would understand that trend will start to actually resume itself. And all you've been doing ever since 2021, 2022 is consolidating pretty much. Which means if this is going to be a potential low, because it looks like this is going to be one of King's Point's levels right here. It looks like you can hold here. And if we hold here, you could definitely see this run up to $300, $400, $500. So yeah, we could start purchasing some of these companies. I feel like it would be a really good investment because it's the grid, you know? It maintains things. It's not like you're going to have these crucial individuals taken out of nowhere. Unless, of course, you have more of those. What do you call them? Like, where people have like signs and shit like that, like rallies and you know what I mean? Protests. There you go. So yeah, like when they have like the truck when the truckers had that protest, unless you had like crazy stuff like that continues to happen into the near future, then I mean yeah, that could disturb stuff, but I don't think it's gonna really destroy their prices too heavily. So like I said, this could be something where you hold it for like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a month, 6 months, 8 months, 2 years, and you're only up 10%, 20%. But it's kind of like a slower investment, you know? You just park your money there. You're not really going to touch that money or need it for that matter. Because you can always make a lot of money with something else, you know? But it's just like you always got to have your money parked into these different investments just in case one day you actually need it. You know, after 2 years, you pay less taxes. Or not just 2 years, but after a year. You go from paying around 20%, 25% to paying just a mere 15 to 10%. And that's without you putting into your investment, retirement, or anything of that nature, right? So that's not bad at all, in my opinion. It's a lot more free. It's a lot more easy to deal with. It's a lot more simple. It provides you with a lot more ability. And yeah, I think this is definitely better than you just leaving it in a bank account. That's 100%. So let's just break down some of these companies. We'll see which one is the best trucking company. And then who knows? I always wanted to open up a trucking route. Because we had a lot of members in the Discord that started doing trucking. And I know how important it is to the grid. So imagine you can just have a couple semi-trucks, like Tesla semi-trucks, right? You know, all over like a certain section of the East Coast, we could say. And then they provide us with everything we need. And then boom, think about it. The next business we do, what if it's something that has to deal with shipping or has to deal with consumer products? Like, before you even realize it, it's kind of like you just planting certain seeds in certain locations can be the causation of you maintaining some type of great business in the future, which might not be, you know, real right now in the moment, but within the near future, who knows? It just gives you more opportunities. That's basically what I'm trying to say right now. Is sometimes that business that you're doing is not the business that you're looking for. It's the start, and it's the ability to actually maintain that other business, which is going to be much greater. That's like the depthness of the planning, you know? No, yeah, Brian, but think about it like this. We research them. We see which one is the best one, which one has the least problems, least lawsuits, least legal issues, right? And we could just start scoping them out. Because they're always going to maintain some type of level where it's, you know, superior to the other ones. Maybe that's a little stupid sometimes, you know what I mean? Bad business practices also allow others to overachieve and take the high road when, in all honesty, they shouldn't. It should be these other companies that do it. Sometimes that does happen, but in terms of just a general baseline, something that's normal, something that's controlled, something that's possible, as long as it has potential in the near future and it's not going through anything in the short term, that's pretty much all you're looking for, really. There's no short-term legal problems or, you know, issues or news stories, and that's really all. Yeah, so like you would look at how long it took this to fall down from the top, and if you actually look at my cursor, it's around November. around November, this thing was all the way up here around 220, which, like you said, probably has to deal with the tariffs. Which, think about it. Every single one of our other tariff plays have went right back up to the level, if not higher. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like wait a second. Isn't this just going to go right back up too? And that's exactly what I would be thinking as well. It might not go up now, maybe within the next year, but we could definitely start scoping this out for a buy. It's like getting into a technology company if you really think about it, just because of the potential that's, there on the board, right? Yeah, looks perfect. Looks pretty recent. You have the diagonals. You have the horizontals. You chopped it down to the 1/8, 1/16, if I'm correct. The only thing you're missing is price labels and arrows that are going to tell you what to do at those levels. If the first thought you have is, I'm not too sure what I should do at those levels, the first thing you should do is start looking at the actual chart, 5 days, 10 days, and look at the patterns that have been forming. That's how that's how I'm basically able to actually understand and guesstimate, let's just say, what to do in the near future without it actually hitting those levels yet. Just because I'm, looking at the last 10 days. So look at all those patterns, create the arrows, put your price labels so you could tell what prices everything is at. Yeah, so like the 1/16, the price labels that would be on top of the midpoints would be different from the 1/8, 1/4, and 1/2. So your brain can actually, it's like, I don't even know how to explain it. Visually, when your eyes see something, that shock that's sent through your neurons inside of your brain is so quick that you visually seeing something is kind of as monumental as your brain thinking, if that makes sense. So again, you seeing something is enough information for your brain to make a cognitive response lightning quick, lightning fast, at the speed of light. And you should be able to actually easily tell what you should do in that moment without you having to think and overthink and all this other stuff. And that's the idea here. As long as you color code everything and you make everything a certain size with the price labels, you put it for a certain point, as long as you have the arrows, it makes your brain think a whole lot less, which allows you in the moment. Let's just say if the market is doing something crazy and weird, you already have so much information done that the second it starts doing something crazy and weird, you're instantly now able to focus that other 80% of your brain that was offline, and you can focus it on to what's important. A lot of people, you know what they do? They wait for the market to open up, and they're just like, all right, now it's fight or flight. Now they got to put all their work in. Now they got to start breaking down the charts, and now they got to start putting their arrows and price labels. And I'm just like, you can't do that when the market's opened up. It's too late. Yeah, you can't. You can't, because now you're just anxious. You're just all over the place and chaotic. That's what I was doing at one point. And I remember, like, the reason why I started doing that was because I would just get too messed up during the day, where I was just like, all right, like, I can't even focus during the night. I can't even make my charts. I can't even fix this stuff. I can't even operate at a level where it's just like cognitively, resilient. And it's like once that happens and you go down that dark road and you're not fixing your charts or taking notes or doing all this other stuff, the decline quickly starts to actually occur. And every single time I would see it happen. So in terms of everybody here, as long as you're always fixing your charts every single time you get an opportunity, you should be able to maintain whatever level you're at. Now, in terms of not just maintaining, in terms of getting to the next level, how do you do that? It's by consistently updating your charts and making more charts, just like how we have. That's the only way, for you to actually maintain some type of superior level where you're always having an advantage. Well, with those parallel lines, it's just like you got to understand that a lot of that stuff is stuff that I haven't taught yet. So me just seeing lines does not tell me nothing. Me seeing colors does not tell me nothing. I need keys on the side. I need you to explain everything in text format. So the second I look at your chart and I see a red line, I can quickly look to the left and see that any red line, so and so, etc., etc., means that you will be selling or you will be looking for puts around this, around that area. So you got to explain it all. So, like, for example, if I go to this chart right here, first thing you're going to be able to tell is, all right, 1, 2, and 3, you're putting a certain amount of capital. And then for the reversal points, if you have some level of insurance and you want to enter into insurance, you play that for insurance. Not only that, but we have daily goals. Not only that, but we have extra little tidbits here and there. Weekly trends, how to buy a 5-day with the 0 days, what times you should be looking, to buy them, what times you should be looking to average down, how you should buy. So all this stuff that I have on my chart, the reason why I have it here is not just because it's to help you guys. It's because the second I look at it, I instantly recall everything. I don't even have to think about it no more. I could just look at the text. I'm just like, all right, boom. Sometimes I don't even have to look at the text. The fact is on the screen, my brain instantly remembers what was on the screen last for that one chart. And it's like I instantly recall everything lightning fast. I don't know. It sounds very childish, I guess. Maybe it sounds a little bit out of the ordinary. Yeah. Yes. Precisely, yeah. Oh yeah, you got to make them on the 5 minute. Yeah, 100%. Don't make them on the 1 hour, or copy and paste them on the 1 hour either. Yeah, don't do that. Well, I didn't make mine on the 1 hour, so the first thing I'm gonna tell you is yes. Maybe it might not be, but I'm sure you understand. Just to maintain a certain level of order without chaos, just to maintain something that I could, perfectly remember and be knowledgeable with. The first thing I'm gonna tell you is yes, it will be messed up. But the second, version of me, the devil on my shoulder, is telling me that it might not be bad. It might be just fine. It might be okay. But what that means is you're gonna have to wait for a whole hour before you even copy and paste them at the beginning of the day. That's what that tells me. Since it's made on the 5 minute, within 5 minutes I can automatically copy and paste the reversal points, and the rest of the day is now solved. Is the idea. The one thing I haven't tried though is the 1 minute. That would be interesting, which I'm planning on doing soon, but not right now because I'm finding that too many people are investing into 0 days when they should not be. For example, let me give you an idea. Remember how a couple days ago I turned like a $10 account into around $1,000? The first thing I did was I locked in $500 into the Snapchat play, which ended up going to 800. Yes. Now, within the next day, that $800 went to around $900, $1,000 if one held it. Which means, think about it. Just think about it for a second. Close your eyes. I took $10, so $1,000, and then I took half of that account and managed to turn it to $1,000 within 30 days. That is ridiculous. That's something I didn't have to daily trade. I didn't have to put no work in. I didn't have to check. I didn't have to worry about. I didn't do nothing. All I did was buy. That's the reality of how money is made here. You got to put a lot of work in to make a lot of money when you only have a little amount. But then when you have something that's a little monumental, you got to throw into something that's long term. That's the safest way for you to maintain your account. Because if you're always going wild and crazy, you're going to have a giant loss here and there. That's just naturally the way it goes. Because even for the best traders, you're always going to get a random report, random revision, random this, random that, random cut, random pause. Like, they always do these things that mess with numbers and mess with data in a certain manners. And it's just like, you got to understand that even if you're the best trader in the world, truly, unless you are looking at every single government website, data report, revision, unless you are automatically predicting everything like a computer would, which is possible, but only a very few small percentage of people would have the motivation and devotion to be able to do that, truly. A normal person is not going to do that. They're not going to go to that length to maintain, that top level of operation. But for some traders, yes, I could definitely see them actually doing that. And that's just the reality of it. That's why they're going to be the great, and there's only going to be very few, because you have to do a lot of work. Now, if we could get this into a computer, in terms of looking at all these data revisions, if I can have a computer that's able to predict, hey, the Fed is going to revise this data report within 2 months, just because today, this month, it's about this percent higher than the last time, and every single time throughout history, when it's this percent higher than the last time, there's always a revision, let's just say. So there's certain things that you can actually do and have something actually read and remember a pattern of. And the only reason why I know that is because I've done it myself. And that's what I'm saying. Like, stock trading is very easy, honestly. The more further you go out, the easier the trades get. That's it. The shorter you go, the harder they get. 0 days, that's literally the hardest thing in the world. I'm starting to realize it's even harder than trading futures. Because with futures, as long as you have margin and you're just selling in and out, I mean, just look at it. We have a perfect win rate, right? 100%. Everybody saw it on Friday. I was taking the smallest gains, but it yielded a perfect win rate. And that's the idea, is you can actually have a perfect win rate as long as you're really, really selling in and out. And you're not holding for any odd reason. You know what you're selling. You know what you're buying. For instance, me selling at reversal point number 3 at the end of the day would have been something that I would have done. Why? Because when you fell down at number 3 down here, what happened, Slug? You held. So you going up to number 3 over here was simply an equal reaction. So it's like, even to the last 5 minutes of the day, you're still performing these moves that we have already, ran through, in terms of like a psychological or theoretical idea that was just brought up in a conversation that you're seeing develop on a chart. It's wild. Like, that's the way the charting should be. That's the way that reporting data and trading styles and all this other yada yada should be. It should be something that we could talk about one day, and then the next day we're like, boom, it happens right there. So for Monday, since we held the number 2 and 3, of course, the first thing I'm thinking, at least, I'm not too sure about what you're thinking, but the first thing I'm thinking is that we're going to hit number 4 probably very quickly in the morning. And as long as we can hit number 4 to the downside, for example, we open up at this current level, number 4 would be around like here, you could say, like around 660, which is slightly below the 200 moving average. So as long as we could fall down to here and do something like that again, if not, if we gap up, I could definitely see us falling down to number 4, which is going to be also by the 200 moving average, right around here. And then we hold, we start running up and potentially start flying into a new high. Now, the only reason why I think that way is just due to the weekly boxes. That's really all. You're holding real nicely. But the second, like I said, you get below 664. So, for example, if you open up at this level right here, we're playing the puts going straight down. At least in the morning. $15, $30 into the puts instantly. See if we can sell it for 70 to 90. Take these small accounts, double them, triple them. Use the next account and continue to grow it. Just make sure you don't overtrade. So for you, Slug, the first thing I want you to do is start an account with like $100 or $50. And then I want you to be able to take that to around 75, or if not 80, or if not 60. As long as it's above whatever you started with, that's fine. We'll go through what you sold, what you bought. But the idea is you start with a very low amount, because if you could take $100 into 1,000, I'm confident you could take 1,000 to 10. Because it's the same thing. There's nothing different. Yeah, so start a small account, have it in your Webull account, and then whenever you start that, start posting on the $1 million chat that we have on the Discord. Because again, like I told everybody, the reason why I put all that money into Snapchat was because there was not one person who was close to me on the Discord besides Culinary in terms of the challenge. Remember, we turned $10 to $1,000 within 2 weeks. There was nobody else on the Discord that had done that. Not because they couldn't, not because that they didn't have the potential, but because they weren't following perfectly. Which happens. That's natural. So until I see people post more, there's no reason for me to grow that $1,000 account besides throwing it into these long-term plays, which is exactly what I'm planning on doing here. And in fact, I'm just going to be starting newer accounts. So a lot of people ask me, why do I start so many new accounts? And why do I have so many $10, $5 accounts? Is it to play it safe? Is it because we don't have capital? What is the reason for it? And the reason is because nobody else is with us. There's no reason of doing things alone. Again, when we promised each other that this was going to be a uniform project, this is going to be a uniform effort. So that's the idea. Until it's uniform, we're not going forward. So yeah, we're stuck at 1,000. But then we're going to start another $10 account. And if I take this to 1,000 again, because my last account's at 1,000, I'm sure you understand that, yeah, we're just going to take it to 2,000 or 3,000. And then we're going to restart it again. Until I start seeing you guys catch up to me. That's basically the idea here. So I hope you understand that. It's to be fair. Pretty much. Now, for those of you who get to that level before everybody else, we're going to have our little mini games in the background rolling while everybody else kind of tracks forward together. So there's still going to be some type of level of you being able to progress. But it's just you got to inform me when you make these massive leaps and these hurdles. Like, for instance, Cody, I'm waiting to talk to him so that I can actually form a game plan with him, because he's going absolutely insane with the options. So if we can factor in the next couple crazy moves, he could quickly be at $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 without the need of a massive long-term play. Just trading short-term, ranges back and forth on the weekly. So yeah, I definitely want to do stuff like that. Same thing with you, Slug. Same thing with you, Brian. I got to see how you trade. I got to see what levels you buy from. Only when you have the charts done, so that you're actually at the same level, playing field as everybody else. Once I see that and I know that, then boom, we can get things rocking and rolling. So yeah, make sure you have the reversal points. Make it on the 5-minute, Brian. Whenever you get a chance. Do the weekly boxes, which are part of the Silo DARP category. I think it might just be DARP version 2. I don't think I named it Silo. Yeah, so DARP is the actual style. That's what the weekly boxes started off as, you could say. That would be under Silo Fibs, yes. So just give me 1 second. I just need to charge this battery for the camera real quick. I'm trying to make this like a real life documentary. I gotta record everything. How much battery this is? Okay, so this one's good. That one's at 100%, and then this one, yeah, this at 0. All right, give me a second. Ladies and gentlemen. You said too many pineapple bourbon wings. Shit, I want to try some. I'm gonna have to sneak myself over there. Jinx, get the hell downstairs. Stop going up the stairs. Just keeps eating the damn cat food. Let's see. Anything else? Taco Tuesday? Rambo? Rambo Rampage. I think it's time. Actually, I kind of want to watch this for a second. Let's see. He said, stop trying to learn trading. Finishing my food real quick. But that's a crazy Porsche. M5 wagon? I've never heard of that. Would you guys ever get a wagon? That's correct, Slug. You want to know how long it took me to get to that point where I understood that, by the way. Perfect. Are any of these good? Give me 1 second. I'm just drawing this character real quick. Shut your ass up. I'm almost done with this. I'm making a planet right now. How am I gonna? Let me see. I gotta fix this ring on this planet. Oh man, I didn't think about this. All right, let me see. There we go. There we go. There we go. Excellent. Look, let me show you guys real quick what's going on here. Nah, yeah. Look at that right there. It's kind of like they're sitting at the edge of space if you look at the character to the left. Most of time, everything's on. At the edge of space, yep. Now this character right here, he's kind of like a liberator of peace. Like he travels around the universe doing certain things and causing certain chain effects so that the greater good is obviously prevailing. And unfortunately for him, his pastime is to sit at the edge of space and to acknowledge all the terrors and chaos that goes on. And it's kind of like, imagine a person that can hear, like, you know how Superman could hear anything around the planet? He could hear anything. He could instantly tell when there's somebody that needs his help, or like, just imagine a character who can hear everybody screaming and chaos, and all they could do is watch from afar. So like his first interpretation of him is like a full warrior when you see the back of him as you get closer and closer. And it's like all you see him doing is basically he's kind of like just crying into the difference with a kind of like a simple stern face, and he's just letting it pour. So you're gonna have a few odd characters that are very yeah, it's kind of like he's trying to feel for those, even though he can't. Oh yeah, let me tell you, his his design is he's definitely gonna be one of the strongest you've ever seen. I just gotta fix up his home planet. I gotta make it a little bit more interesting. Add a couple more different little tidbits here and there. Cause he's a newer character I'd started developing actually. Yeah, he's just someone who rolls by himself. He's powerful enough to roll by himself. I'll put it to you that way. Yep. That's pretty much exactly how he is, yeah. Shit. Alright. Did I think of any more characters I had to draw before I forget about them? Um I drew him. I gotta draw her next. Actually, you know what's crazy? Let me show you one of my favorite pictures I've ever drawn. It was recent actually. It was mainly perspective. Mm-hmm. Welcome to my world, brother. Excellent. That's what I want to hear. That is excellent, brother. Correct. But everybody's trying to run to the gun and rush to the opening of the fight, and it's just like nothing's even starting right now. But it's because everybody just wants to rush, you know. That's something I can't stop. Yeah. And then when you play Monopoly like this, it's just like, all right, like we don't want to play with you no more. That's what I want to. That's the type of game that I want to play. After a while, they're not gonna want to. I can tell you that much. That's the beauty of it, you know. God bless. He was the one who gave me this when I needed answers, when I needed help, when I was stuck, and I felt like the whole entire world was against me. Nah, that was never the case. Because he wouldn't have gave me this if that was the case. Now you want to see it open up. Now you're itching, huh? Yep, brother. Literally, what that means is limitless capital now resides and is actively right in front of your face every step of the way. It's always there. Imagine if everybody felt like this. Yeah. Nah, there's no need to feel embarrassed. Why would you say there's a need to feel embarrassed? It's always right there though. The funniest reality. Not just my information, but truly in life the best answers are always right underneath your nose. The simplest ones, the easiest ones, you know. The best decision to make is literally right underneath your nose. Hmm. Remember, bro, you're only on one section. I have over 200 videos that I've made privately for classes. And that's only season 1. Whew. Season 2. I took a little break. Season 2 is gonna be a whole nother game. Exactly, yes. Because you're almost never gonna do it on the first trade unless you're a good trader, unless you're one of the best. But how do you know that if you haven't gone through the trials of it? No man or woman can never say that. Once they go through the trials, it's just like, all right, chop it up little by little. All right, I can make money doing this. Oh, wait, I can make money doing that. Wait, I can make money doing that. And then when it's time to grow the account, you're just like, boom, bam, boom, a little bit of money here. Boom, a little bit of money there. It's just overlaying the pattern with thousands of market, layers. And imagine you having more patterns that are memorized and on the charts, more than the market could change in it itself. That's what I call success through aggression. Because by all means, success is now but a byproduct of what we do here. It's no longer a thought. It's no longer a uncertainty. It's no longer a, something we had to reach for and we're not going to grab no more. We've already grabbed it. It's just us actively trading here. That's successful. And that's it. Yep. Yeah, 100%. There's no need to overdo it. It's kind of like being a friend that's always a ticking time bomb. You can't be like that. Nor can you have a friend like that around. Because if you have a friend like that around you, this is a ticking time bomb. Eventually, what's going to happen is, they're just going to blow up. And what I do here is I don't create traders. I don't teach people. I create these unstoppable forces of nature. One that does not blow up under any circumstance or pressure. That's where I want to be at. That sounds like a nice anime to me. So let's turn this into that. Literally a few things you doing this like here and there, and a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Bro, you're now making 20,000 a month. Yeah. Yeah, that's what most think. And I was always the person that called myself trying to be like, no, it's not gambling, and it's not this, and it's. And then I started being quiet. And then when I started getting quiet, bro, that's when everything changed. Because I was like, all right, you want to see? Watch this. This is where your life changes, doctor. This is where you now become a doctor. Welcome aboard. What a world's medicine. Those who bring freedom, and joy upon everybody. So on days where you see me get 10 trades, 8 trades, like FOMC, it's like you got to recognize that I'm factoring in hundreds of different ideas at the same millisecond. And I'm not making a decision at that point. I am not even existing at that point, is the reality. In fact, I am no longer here. It's just purely instincts that are acting at that moment. I don't remember most of the time I do stuff like that. I don't remember what trades I got at all. It's like, I can't explain it to you. But that's what I call getting in the flow. Getting in the zone. Where there's no thinking. It's just purely acting in instincts. And the only time I've ever had that happen to me was when... One, I first started trading options and I saw how much money you could make. I just got lost in it. That's how I made 100,000. And then 2, when I traded Tesla and I made it my first 200,000 trade. And then 3, the last time, was when I created these trading styles. Because even me hitting 100K, even me making X amount of money with Tesla, I still didn't even have these charts done, brother. That's what made me put things into perspective. And I was just like, wait a second. Wait. If I didn't have one trading style done, and I managed to do all this, what happens when I have hundreds of trading styles? What happens when I take this thing and I take it to the mountains, and I start training in the mountains for a couple months? And that's what I did. I just stuck training, and I just stopped focusing on money at that point completely. Like, it was, I didn't care about a dollar. I didn't care if I was homeless. I just needed to be breaking down these charts. That's it. And then I kept doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. And I kept creating all these trading styles. And eventually it got to a point where I was like, oh my God. I could teach a person within a week, which is one of my trading styles. What about the other ones? What did I do here? Well, it was because I needed to teach people how I was going about doing stuff instead of just randomly telling them, "Oh, hey, you know this? It's time for that." They're like, what does that mean? There's nothing on your chart. There's no text. You're not sending no messages, no charts. We're just viewing your screen, and you're telling us to do this. Like, that doesn't make sense. And I was like, you know what? You're right. But that was when I was teaching for free. So before I actually started charging people, I was teaching for like around a year and a half, year for free. And then I started only charging people, which is kind of funny because they told me to do that. They said, hey, we'll give you $50 a month. We'll give you $100, $200 a month. As long as you could help us with this, this, and this. And I was like, I could do it for $10. It's no problem. So I left it at $10, even though everybody was telling me to pick up the prices. I had literally even the moderators screaming at me. And it got to a certain point where I was just like, you know what? These individuals that are paying $10, they're not really growing. Like, there needs to be some type of ulterior push, because if I'm giving them all this information, I'm giving them my best trading style, which is the reversal points, by the way. That's what they learned. That's what I created with them in the beginning. I showed them how to put all these reversal points on their screen. And that's still what Culinary uses to this day. But he took it to his own level. He toyed with it. He got his own data. He saw which reversal points were working the best. He's marked it in his own way. And that's the reality of this. That's what I wanted to, to happen here, because now him doing that allows him to now mark that as his own. That's his own creation. As long as he's added something to it, boom, instantly you could say that's yours. That's the reality here. Just like an artwork. Just like that picture I drew. That's mine. Like on the last picture I sent at 11, right? He's like sitting on like a pink floor at the edge. Oh yeah, I was gonna send another one. I was gonna send a group of them. Let me show you. I got lost drawing this other one here, actually. I just opened up the iPad. I started drawing something else. That's funny. This is like one of my recent groups of things that I've done that I haven't finished yet. Which is how I took that planet right there. I just stole it from another one of my drawings. It makes things quicker. Yeah, I accidentally erased half his hand, so... Yeah. It basically, like, you have some areas where in the anime everything is chaotic and all over the place, so it doesn't really play by the normal means of gravity and perfectly mimicking these certain qualities. Instead, it relies solely on the actual planet itself. Its own life that is on that planet controls its gravity, controls its time, controls its physics. And it's like you have different worlds that have different layers of physics. And it makes for an interesting, situation where one planet that's fantastic on one planet, like a character that's fantastic on one planet, may not be able to really survive on another planet because of maybe their bone structure, maybe their abilities, maybe their whatever it may be, various things that I just don't want to really go over. But all these other various qualities that a person contains, it's like, it's a struggle for everybody. It's different. You can't just have one person go from one planet to another planet and then be fine. So, like, that's the reality of it. Because I hate when people go from planet to planet and it's just boring as hell. And it's just like, all right, like, what's next? We finished this planet. we go to another planet now. And I'm just like, you didn't even like. How long have we been on this planet? And we don't even know what's in the deepest, darkest, parts of the water. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like they be going to another planet for a couple minutes. Like that was one of the things about Interstellar that I didn't really like too much. It was empty, way too empty. Yeah, like way more. Like these planets could have been built, and that's what I'm saying. It was limited to the artists and what they could create and what they could imagine. But like even my planets are more. I mean, that's the thing. I can't say that because think about it for a second. If I say, "Hey, my planets are better than whatever they created in the movie," right? Okay, but wait a second. Didn't I watch the movie? Okay, so wait a second. Doesn't that mean I can imagine what those planets were and how I played back? And you quickly can understand how would maintain the upper hand. And that's the reality is that any new artist, any new person that sees a previous artist or previous piece of writing or movie, they could write something better because they see how it was lacking in certain areas. That's kind of the reason why you had games like, let's just say, H1Z1 that not many people played, but most of these top streamers that are worth literally millions, hundreds of millions right now, at that point, they were just starting their careers. And nobody remembers H1Z1, but people remember the next game after that, which was Player Unknown Battlegrounds. And everybody started playing like Player Unknown Battlegrounds. And at that point, that's when Fortnite came out. And then Fortnite took over the show. But the idea of Fortnite was mainly mainly caused and created because of H1Z1. So that's what I'm saying. Like whenever somebody creates something, you can always create something better than them quickly. Doesn't have to be as good. The quality doesn't have to be there. But the idea, as long as you're copying the idea and making it a little bit better. But that's the one thing for my story that I couldn't do because of just the way it's laid out. There's not really anything that I could, besides like, you could say some features of some new age animes like Attack on Titan, which is not really new age, but I guess the ending is, yeah. It's like Attack on Titan, Dr. Stone, Hero Academia. You ever seen Dr. Stone? That shit is badass, bro. It's like a person gets sent into the Stone Age from like modern times. And he has to basically like create the technology and stuff like that. Nah, yeah, that was really good. Or Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho is like one you could watch with like the kids. Yeah, Mob Psycho 100. All the kids love that one. It's honestly one of my favorite shows because it's made by the creator of One Punch Man. One Punch Man is also one of the funniest shows, but I don't think. Yeah, you probably don't want to watch that with a child. I think it's nothing like weird, but it's like gory. Oh god, shit. Nah, yeah, then. Oh god. Yeah. You know what's crazy? I don't know why. Like, I can't play games like that. I don't know what it is. Like, I need something like fast paced like Battlefield, Call of Duty. I'm not even gonna lie. I'll go with something slow paced like Minecraft because yo, I'm not gonna. You put a couple. You put a couple mods on that. If you ever know if you ever need that, by the way, let me know. I've been doing that for like the last literally what year is this now? I'm 25. I've been doing that since 2009. So yeah, like I've made mod packs before. I've made maps. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I don't really know who like the newer like people that were like be recording. I'm not gonna lie to you. I used to watch a lot of YouTube like with Minecraft. I probably stopped when I was like 17, 18, like around that point. I pretty much like stopped really playing games because at that point like I had a job and I had a car, so I was just always outside. But nah, yeah. Then I started playing it again around like 2020, like COVID time, 2021. And at that point, all I would do is just create mod packs. The only thing I never knew how to do was edit the actual code of the game, because you can do stuff where like lava rises every minute, and like the whole entire map. It's not just like a certain area. It's not like a server, but it's like literally you're editing the code of the game, or every 60 seconds you get teleported to a random new area. Like you just fall from the sky. Yeah, literally, yes. That's what people starts to have to do. But like it'll be crazy stuff like, or you break a block, or you kill a mob, and the mob basically the next mob that spawns doubles. So you have a situation where you go through a couple enemies and you turn around and you got like 1,000 of them now. I don't know. It's just like fun, different things like that, which I guess most people don't really find fun. But like, listen, when I was younger, shit, I wasn't smoking, I wasn't doing nothing. I found enjoyment out of just playing this. Yeah, 100%. Oh, not even that, bro. Imagine you building with each other, then you start doing wars with each other. Yeah, bro, and then you start having purges. You go from having a friendly ass, situation with like four people, five people, and then it turns out to be just destructive. Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Yep. Like one time, I was watching this guy, and he put like I don't know if it was like Power Rangers or some shit like that. It was like that, or it was like Iron Man, and like you could put like an Iron Man suit on, and like they were adding like wild stuff, bro. Like giant trees that if you just spawn it in, it's like 1,000 foot tree that goes into the clouds and spans over like a whole entire set of like four biomes or something like that. So like, bro, you throw that into somebody's house, yeah, everything is gone. And yeah, bro, 100%, 100%. For some reason, we had a thing where we would just start like wheat farm wars. Like if somebody left their house, just tear it. You literally take a picture of it, of everything. You tear it down. You go build it on a random ass part of the map. You put everything back exactly how it was. And in place of where they were, you just completely rip it all apart and just put wheat. And if you were really dedicated and you had enough time, you'll put like a little windmill. You'll decorate it. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, when they come back, sometimes you could. I remember one time, this was the funny. I wish I was recording around this time. Like at this time, I started doing like YouTube, but I never did like Twitch or nothing like live. And yo, bro, I built his house sideways on the mountain that was right in front of his house. And it was it was the funniest shit like that I ever had done, bro. I remember I couldn't talk, bro. Like I had to mute my mic because I was crying. Like I was just staring at him and his fucking disbelief. He couldn't understand it. He thought that like the map was bugging. He was telling me to like reload it, restart the server. We restarted it. And it was still the same way. And it was, bro, it was the funniest thing in the world. Cause it looked like it was just like glitching. Cause like all the chests and everything was like upright. Cause you can't put stuff sideways. So it just looked like some stuff was floating. But nah, yeah, that was one of the funniest, bro. That took me so long. It took me at least like. What happened was, he had left because he was just trying to find a certain biome, and he was using like a biome tracker. But the nearest biome, it was like a Badlands biome. That's what they call it, I think. We were always trying to look for those because like they have these crazy ass like spikes that are like found on them. Like the colorful clay and shit like that. Yeah, that one. Yeah, literally, yep. And when you go into that biome, what you could do is you could link it up with like a portal, like a nether portal. And when you link that up with a nether portal, it's basically easier way for us to like go back and forth. Like you could just literally teleport here and there real quick. You just gotta link them up. So he was trying to link it up, and he was trying to find it first, then make a portal, and then link it up from the nether. So it took him a couple hours to do that. Like he was at it for like fucking 4 hours, 5 hours. And I started getting bored after the first hour, so I was just like, yo, that would be so funny if I did that to him. I was staring at the mountain for like a good 10 minutes. Yeah, and I just couldn't stop laughing. So I was like, yo, I was like, and the whole entire time while he was talking and I was talking, bro, I was just crying in the background. Because we were just talking back and forth. Yeah, I gotta start doing that shit again, bro. Nah, yeah, when I was younger, I always wanted to do it, but you know, when you got that soft ass voice, it's just like yeah, it just stops you, I guess. Nah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it'll be funny as shit, bro, if I start recording. I promise you, bro. I have to stop recording every single time because I'll be crying. Even if I'm playing by myself, bro. If I'm playing with people, bro, it's over, bro. Cause like for some reason when I'm playing by myself, like it's not bad, but like I'm more like I would say like serious about stuff. If I'm playing with people, it's over. Every single time, it's just like, all right, how can I fuck with them? I don't know why. It just makes shit fun, I guess. What's going on? It's and not really. I think it is in the video. It's in a series of videos, yeah. Because these perfectly, basically, there's five different types of markets, right? Remember how Friday you were staying on one side of the grid? Well, look at Thursday. Are you doing the same thing on the top side though? So look at Thursday and look at Friday on my screen. The hell is wrong with my mouse? That shit is moving on its own. The hell? Alright, I think I gotta restart Discord. This shit's glitching out. I think my computer is I think it's dying. This is not a good situation here. So I already heard the song, bro. I gotta keep listening to the same thing. Is that somebody getting jumped by a dog? I was about to say. Oh, 1 second. I have to get a little jacket. So it's getting coldest. Hell in here. I swear it's getting way colder, quicker, as well. You ever heard of Earth's oscillation periods? Let me show y'all this. I'm trying to show you a good image. I just forgot what it was called. Like the image specifically. Actually, I want to see more data on this. Yeah, that's basically what I was thinking. Basically, like in most cases, it's like right now we're going through an extreme heating period. Like especially during the summer. I don't know if you guys were outside. I got burnt. I'm like 3 shades, 4 shades darker, and that's never happened to me ever. Like without, not going to the beach, of course. That's not what I'm saying. But just walking around, I feel like I got fried this year. And I'm thinking it's probably going to get worse and worse and worse, which is probably why the winters are getting worse. But at the same time, it's like the winters, you're not getting that same amount of snow. Like, even the winters are hotter. Besides the winds be crazy. You be having like low ass degrees with the really cold winds. It almost feels like you're getting like frostbite within like 15 minutes of you being outside. At least last summer and the summer before. Nah, yeah. Or last winter. My fault. Not the summer. Imagine. But that might start happening soon. Imagine in the winter it starts getting hot and the summer is getting cold. It's obviously not gonna happen quickly. At least I would hope not. That would kill everything. In terms of like crops, right? But nah, yeah, they were saying that a giant tilt is happening right now. Obviously not within our lifetime. But it's crazy. Alright, let's go back to the charts before I get off topic again. Alright, so these charts are good. But I want to see something real quick. So how does that go from that to this? Why the hell isn't the arrow connected to it? Huh? Excuse me. What's going on here? Okay, so it's not down here. That's December. There's no way I put it before that. Alright, what's happening with Discord? Alright, let me open Task Manager. Well, let's just end the task. There we go. I had to fix the Discord. Yeah, this thing is confusing the life out of me. I don't know what's I don't know what's going on here. That's that group. That's that group. That's this group. Alright, why? How does that make sense? Why is it in a group by itself? I swear, last time I opened that up, it opened up this group over here and started playing with this one. And I'm just like, alright, what's going on here? I turned it off, and this one was fine. I'm like, alright, that doesn't make sense. Alright, there you go. I'm like, why is this missing number 12? Last 2 days. There we go. Look at that now. I guess we could just put it over here for tomorrow. Remember Wednesday was the FOMC. Yep. Or remember, what was the most, you could say, funniest part of that whole entire scenario? Do you remember what we said that day? So we said the market was going to go up. So calls before FOMC, puts during FOMC, and then we said the market was going to run up to a new high, where the next day we would play puts going down lower. That's what we said that morning. So it's so funny how, as you could tell, calls, puts, and then when you were running up and down here, I was trading the futures, just back and forth. So that was one of the best times to trade, honestly. Yeah, pretty much just back and forth. Yep. Even towards the end of the day here, we bought calls down here. And I think just, it's ridiculous profit. Because sometimes when you get these quick moves, it's like you know what can happen. And we go through these scenarios so many times where we've seen it do so many things the same exact way after you do another certain thing. Kind of like following the cookie crumbs, you know? And if you keep doing that every single time, eventually what occurs is you completely see how it's always the same thing. The cookie factory is always the same. But do you get what I was saying when I said that Friday was above the reversal points and Thursday was below them? Or it was vice versa? My fault. Yeah, Thursday was above, Friday was below. That's the stuff you want to pay attention to, because Thursday would classify as a bull C market. Number 2. Huh? Well, yeah, so like that was like Thursday. And then for Friday, it was pretty much the opposite. Where you hit number 1, then you fell down. On Thursday, you fell down to number 2, and then ran up to 4. We gotta look at how it closes. Mm-hmm. So what would you say in that scenario? So the ending is bullish and the beginning is bearish, meaning it's 2 and 1, right? You see now? So you're meaning you're literally watching the momentum change live now, and that's how you can classify it with just 5 different types of markets. Makes things extremely easy for one. So that's basically the idea. So Thursday, in terms of the market, yes, it's bullish, but it's consolidating. So it would be number 2, point blank. Because you're above, you're bullish, you're not consolidating. If you're consolidating, you would basically close at the same level. That's the only way you're going to be number 3. On Friday, you're bearish, perfectly mimicking Thursday, but to the opposite way, but to a lesser degree, smaller, because you only ran up to number 1. If you would have ran up to 1.5, you could have got a bigger shutdown going lower. Such as when you fell down to number 3, you ended up catapulting up straight into the other number 3 before you fell down and the market closed. So it's kind of like a trampoline. The harder you fall into that trampoline, the harder you'll actually, or not harder, but like the further you actually go, higher you'll go. Yeah, so like let's just say you closed below number 1 and not on top of it, then yes, I would have said it's consolidating. But it was a bull C market, so it was number 2 and then it switched into number 3. Thursday or Friday, you went from number 4 straight to number 2. So it's kind of like that shift is a massive shift that shows like a lot of dominance in the market. That's why I can see the market running up higher here, because just from Thursday and Friday's data, you know, it's just a little bit more bullish than normal. So I could definitely see it holding and running up higher. But at the same time, I know the market's overbought. It could just randomly want to fall for a couple days and then pick itself right back up again. It's been doing it non-stop ever since you hit 640s. So around here is definitely going to be a level where the market's going to be having a lot of ups and downs. Even if it wants to go higher, you know. So yeah, it's kind of cool. But again, that's the purpose of that 5 things, you know, in terms of different types of markets that are bullish or bearish or consolidating. And that's all you have to remember, really. And you know what's the craziest thing? Right here below it, I have this little text box that says next ways that we're going to improve the chart. I forgot to completely update this, because if I lighten this, just so you can see what I wrote, improve the first 30-minute ideas, which is what we've been doing ever since July. We've been just like purposely trying to master the first 30 minutes, which I'm sure you understand at this point is pretty much perfect. So the next thing I have written is improve the 1 to 8 reversal points, count the times it gets hit. So yeah, I've been keeping track the whole entire year. And since the year's almost done, at the end of the year, we're just going to have a giant event where I'm showing everybody every single day that I was counting because I have another chart where I'm just editing it all. Because sometimes I forget. So you know what's the easiest thing to do? Just have a little thing on top of every single day. This shows you how much times it hits this or hits that. So that one's almost done as well. Improve the trades in between the reversal points, such as the trades like 1.5 to 1, 1 to number 2, 2 to 1.5, 1.5 to 3. That's also perfect now. And improve on the ideas that take all day to hit number 4. Kind of like Friday, but Thursday's different. Thursday you hit it early, so you kind of wouldn't really even say that. I guess I should add number 6, and then number 6 should be improve on consolidation days. That would be the next thing I would want to improve here, because we've been consolidating a lot ever since you running into crazy levels after hours or pre-market, right? You start gapping up, and then that next day for some reason you're just super slow. So it's like we gotta learn how to deal with that perfectly, which we are dealing with that now perfectly, I would say. Like 1 to 1 or 1.5 to 1.5, or for instance Friday 2 and 3, right back up to 2 and 3. So we're doing that pretty nicely, but that's not really a consolidation day. That's more so, like I said, you jump through 2 different types of markets. That's as you could tell, that's a little bit more rare than normal. So, in terms of Monday, I definitely do think that we could fall right back down and perform the opposite move in terms of just Thursday, because Friday you hit 3 and then ran to number 3, right? Cancels itself out now. So now you're going to look at Thursdays try to see if Monday's going to be the opposite of that. Does that make sense? Yeah, just like a little bit. That makes sense. To me, at least. If at least some of it makes sense, but not all of it. And the reason why I would say it makes sense to me, personally, this is more of a personal thing, is oftentimes you always see the market do something wild throughout the month. And for some reason, you always get these weird, like really weird situations where it's like copying and pasting itself, but to the opposite way. Of the week, is it correct? Watch, watch this. Want to see something cool? So this is Thursday, right? That was FOMC. Let me make this small. So again, this is FOMC. Actually, no. Pretty much, yeah. That is correct. Alright, so now we gotta go back to July 31st. Yeah, charts are a little laggy because I got so much stuff on it. Because that was the last FOMC. it might have been the 30th. One of those days. You'll be able to understand in just a second. First things first, let me paste this here. Holy shit, that is way too large. Alright, there we go. What just happened? Yeah, look at Wednesday and then look at Wednesday over here in the picture. And you tell me if the same thing happened. Down, up, down, up. Like a video game, like a cheat code. Down, up, left, right. And that's all it is. It's just a giant game of copy and paste. It's just which one will you copy and paste? Isn't it wild that we perfectly predicted it would be the same thing as last time? And it could be either a little bit better, a little bit worse, or slower. And it was literally the same thing. And I had a feeling it was. Besides the day after. This time you're actually holding. Like on Friday and Thursday. You kind of just cancel yourself out on a Friday, so Thursday, you're still holding at that higher level. So Monday's going to be the decision maker in this whole equation here. And I'm thinking Monday's going to start tanking out the sky. But yeah, can your eyes fathom that? That's crazy, right? Even over here, you ended up hitting number 2 basically, and then falling in the picture, which was a couple days ago. Look at the left side. When you fell, you hit number 2 and then fell. That's crazy, right, Brian? That's how we timed FOMC a couple days ago. I think we had made like 2,000 or 3,000. Just within around, like, you could say an hour and a half, 2 hours. And it was just using the same exact trend as last time. We did sell it a little early, so if we would have kept holding that account, and we would have actually held it for like the full trades, full trends, and not, you know, back and forth type of thing. Because it's more fun that way, honestly. But, say that again? Yeah, so if it gets above 6.6, what? Are you going to play calls? 670 what? Remember psychological points. 1489. It's all good, Brian. Things happen for a reason, you know? It's kind of crazy because a lot of the individuals, that's why I kind of waited to test people A lot of the people that ended up joining, maybe like 3 weeks ago, beside like Louis, exceptional, Cody, exceptional, Wad, exceptional. But like I had a few members, like two or three of them, and they just joined after we had made all the money. I know why they joined, obviously, but it was like they didn't sit through the learning lessons from the past couple days. So when I was going through the next learning lessons, and you had days like FOMC, none of those individuals were prepared. And that's just how it is, you know? So if you miss an opportunity, it's not really a missed opportunity. It's more of a lesson, you know? A lesson to just prepare yourself for the next one. That's just how you should think. I wouldn't feel like you missed out, though. No, yeah, you're definitely going to doubt yourself. That's always how it's going to be, you know? That's always how it's going to be. But here, we show you how to not doubt yourself ever. It's like a perfect recipe, you know? Because, like, the way I'm always thinking is just, how do you robotically do something and compete with people that are just robots? And the only way is by, like, thinking like one, you know? I think like a robot. It is just like a cheat code, honestly. I see why you say that. That's what's up, Brian. We gotta get this rocking and rolling. I'm happy you watched the reversal points. A lot of people don't really watch that. Just make sure you have all the stuff on the screen, you know? Because every chart that I make has its own group of rules. Did somebody have said something? Oh, my fault. Let me actually... This is the doctor's special recipe. It's a secret formula. I stole it from Mr. Krabs. Yeah, that line was bugging me for a second. I thought people tell me like the YouTube for some reason is better. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like either internet or like depending on like where you are. Yeah, like some people like they'll find it blurry. Some people will find it like really, like some people find it better than the actual Discord. Some of the Discord members, like in terms of quality. But yeah, I don't know. Not too sure. I'm happy it looks good though here. Cause now you can take a picture or do what you gotta do. Yeah, it's probably just the internet then. Maybe if you're closer to me, it just works out better, I guess. I gotta ask Danny how it looks for him. That makes sense. Yeah, it's probably something. Yeah, that's what I have. Yeah, that's also another thing. Right. Right. Yeah, it does actually change stuff. I forgot who told me that that wasn't like that was the case. I always thought it was live, like live, not like a minute behind or something like that. I just thought of a crazy idea. I'll draw it after. So this is updated. This does not need to change by any means whatsoever. I could add the weekly. Yeah. What just happened? Yeah, it's definitely gonna be its own its own little series for you. It's one of the hardest trading styles I've ever made. Yeah. Okay. So let's think about what's next. In terms of this chart here, I don't think there's really anything else we should do here. It looks just like a V. So look at all the Mondays and then look at all the Tuesdays, Brian, and tell me what they look like to you. It's mostly Mondays and Tuesdays. But Wednesdays could be a V shape or Thursdays. But yeah, just compare it. Five-minute. Yeah. Right.